Welcome to the VietMaxim stream. If you just landed here and you're wondering what you're looking at, this video is for you. 5 minutes, by the end you will know how to read this chart and how to trade alongside the system. First, the most important thing to understand, I don't make trading decisions on this stream. The system does. What you're watching is a proprietary indicator that I developed. It scans the chart bar by bar, applies a mechanical rulebook, and prints signals as bubbles right on the price action. When it says go long, which means buy calls, I buy calls. When it says go short, buy puts, I buy puts. When it says exit, I exit. No gut feelings, no reading the news, no I think it's going higher. This is by design. Years of iteration produce one conclusion. The only way to trade options consistently is to remove the operator from the decision. So the system decides and I execute. That means when you trade with us, you are not following me, you are following the signals. If you see a green bubble, that's your entry. If you see a red bubble, that's your exit. Same signal, same time, same trade. Let me walk you through what's actually on the screen. The chart is a 2-minute candlestick chart of whatever ticker we are trading that session. Layer on top of the price action, you will see several plotted lines. Here's what each one means. The white line is VWAP, volume weighted average price. This is the day's center of gravity. When price is above VWAP, the day is leaning bullish. Below VWAP, bearish. The slope of this line matters a lot. A steeply rising or falling VWAP is the system's strongest regime signal. The cyan line is EMA 9, a fast-moving average. It tracks short-term momentum. When the cyan line crosses above the red line, momentum is shifting bullish. When it crosses below, bearish. The red line is EMA 21, a slow-moving average. When cyan is above red and both are trending in the same direction, the system reads it as bullish momentum alignment. The opposite, cyan below red, both trending down, is bearish momentum alignment. The system uses this as one of its entry conditions. The horizontal lines are ORH and ORL, opening range high and low. These are the high and low of the first 4 minutes of the trading day, logged in at 9:34 a.m. They are structural levels. Breaks above ORH or below ORL often start the day's biggest moves. The horizontal pink lines are PDH and PDL, prior day's high and low, highest priority structural levels on the chart. Price respects this. When price sweeps above PDH and reverses, that's a setup. Same for PDL on the downside. The yellow line are VWAP stretch boundaries. These define how far price has extended from VWAP. When price reaches a yellow line, it's statistically stretched. Mean reversion becomes more likely than continuation. The system uses these to time exit. The red dashed line, when it appears, is the hard stop for whatever position we are currently in. If price crosses through that line, the system exits automatically. That's the static furniture. Now let's talk about the signal. The system communicates through bubbles printed directly on the candle where the signal fires. There are about a dozen bubbles types, but you only need to know a handful to trade along. Go long, bullish green bubble. This is an entry signal. Go long means buy calls. The system just opened a long position, and if you trade with us, this is when you buy a call. Go short, bearish magenta bubble. Entry signal in the opposite direction. go short means buy puts. These are the only two entry signals. Every trade we take starts with one of these. Scale out, a profit locking signal. This doesn't tell you to fully exit. It tells you the system thinks the trade has reached a checkpoint where you can take partial profit. Some traders trim a portion of their position here. Others hold a full position and let the system manage the final exit. Your choice. Add more secondary entry signals when we are already in a position and the system identifies a continuation setup. If you're already in the trade, this is your signal to add to the position. If you missed the original entry, this is your second chance to get in. Exit long or exit short. The full exit signal. This is when you close out the position completely. Pay attention to the trade direction. Exit long closes a call position. Exit short closes a put position. The trade is over. Here's how to actually trade alongside the stream. When you see go long, you buy a call. When you see go short, you buy a put. When you see exit long or exit short, you close the position. Full stop, no second guessing. When you see scale bubbles, that's your call, trim or hold. If you see add more and you want to scale up your position, that's the signal. If you are conservative or miss the initial entry, this is your second chance. The hard stop is the red dashed line. If price closes through it, we are out automatically. You should plan to exit at the same time. Two things to remember. The system fires signals on the close of the bar, not intra-bar. So when a candle is forming, the signal isn't final until the candle closes. Wait for the close. And second, the system handles everything mechanically. There's no I think this looks good. If a bubble fires, that's the signal. If no bubble fires, there's no trade. That's the system. 3 rules. 1. Entries come from go long and go short bubbles. Exits come from the exit long and exit short bubbles. Everything else is context. 2. Wait for the bar to close before you act. 3. The system decides, not me, not you, not the news, the system. This is everything you need to trade alongside the stream. Good morning, everyone. Tuesday, so the second trading day of the week. Robinhood is moving up in pre-market. Remember yesterday I said that Robinhood is on the verge of breaking out. I think that is what it is doing. In pre-market, it went as high as almost 102. I think Robinhood finally broke out of this long consolidation. So it is, this is a really good long play right now. Again, if we look at Robinhood, the daily chart, Robinhood broke outside of this descending trend line. And on top of that, let me see here. I can go this really quickly. So Robinhood broke out of this descending trend line. It's been trading low for the past, I mean, almost like half a year. Every time when it hit this descending trend line, it get rejected. Finally, it dropped down and established a base, a bottom at this point. Bounced up, got rejected. So now, and then it retraced, found support right above the low. So this is setting up like a higher low here. Bounce up, another higher low. And then it finally retested this line again, got rejected. And now it is breaking out. So it's been like coiling. And finally now I mean, it is breaking out. So the longer it takes for this thing to consolidate, when it break out, it would go a lot higher. So I'm looking at Robinhood to go to at least about 120. You remember the same thing with AMD, even though AMD is like a different animal because it is part of this AI hype. But when you look at AMD, remember when I went through this analysis, AMD broke out of the descending trend line. Same thing, it's been coiling here, and then the minute it broke out, you see it just fly. Robinhood is also in this kind of like similar structure, but I don't expect Robinhood to go as high as like AMD because of the AI hype. But if you look at Robinhood, very much the same structure right now. So it's just breaking out. And on top of that, I mean, yesterday another analyst just raised the price target for Robinhood. I mean, if you look at this, it's setting up this stair step up, up, up. So I think I'm gonna follow Robinhood today. Um, SpaceX, the only thing I'm concerned about SpaceX is it's too early right now. Yes, I mean it's you can you can say that hey maybe that people are going to be taking profit, but it's only been traded for like 2 days, so you don't know whether or not. Let's say if you buy it like put the end of the week, what happened if SpaceX stay at the same price or it just go up or go down a little bit, then basically you lose all of your premium. I mean, just the theta will kill your options. So I think for me personally right now, I mean, SpaceX is not really a good place. It will be a good place at least 2 or 3 weeks from now. Once you start seeing that, hey, the trend that's going up, it's kind of like leveling off. Once you see a top, now you haven't seen a top yet because right now the hype is still there. I mean, there's still a lot of people still want to chase. I mean, retail investor may want to chase it. So that's why I don't really care about SpaceX right now. So I will continue to track Robinhood because I think this is a really good long-term play. I mean, I'm looking at buying Robinhood expiry end of July, and especially earning is like July 29th, I think. So that's what it is. I mean, 3 minutes until the market open. So let's see what's going to happen then. But if Robinhood close above 100 today, that would be a very, very good sign. QQQ ran up a lot yesterday. I mean, yesterday QQQ was completely different than IWM, and the system was right about IWM. I mean, it fired it like go short right at this point, and then obviously after that, it just continued to retrace. Whereas QQQ, it continued to trend up right after the system. I think the system fired like a go along right at this point here. So two different story for QQQ yesterday. So I mean that's just a reminder that hey, I mean when the system say, well, get out, get out. For those who decided to hold on to hold on to IWM and hope for a reversal, I mean you get killed. Wow, look at this. SpaceX is up like 13%. That is crazy. Mm. Well, I mean, the system is bullish on SpaceX right now. Look at this go along here. Go along at 212, and now it's 219. Whoa, look at IWM is trying to move here. What's going on? And look at SpaceX. Remember during pre-market, I said like if you go in and short SpaceX just because you think that it's been going up so much, you get killed. You gotta wait until you see it top out at a certain level. Ah, SpaceX is unreal. I mean, for a company that is not profitable, still lose a lot of money. It's all hype, guys. SpaceX may be running out of steam. It probably maybe top out at 225. Well, the system fire is scale out at this point, so. And after that, it's tanking. Let's see if it can hold a VWAP, which is right here about 212. If it can bounce off VWAP, then it has a chance to move, but Wow, it looked like the market is tanking or what? I think SpaceX top out at 425. What happened? No peace deal again? Man, QQQ has to hold the opening range low. Same thing with this guy. That's okay. It's still too early in the morning. I mean, the market is still trying to find direction, but it's been going up so much. So Wow, the market is turning. Did anyone follow the system by going short? That's what I did. I went short for both IWM and QQQ. Remember, the system is very accurate. So when it sends a reversal, it triggered the go short right away. The the most important thing is, like, let's say if you go long here, you gotta get out when it say exit. If you don't exit, you think that the price would reverse and come back. That is the problem. You see here, if you go in at this point, you double your money. This is more than double your money. Gotta gotta follow the system. Well, the go short signal is right here. It's pretty big here. Right here. Yeah, IWM, it only fired this go short here. Same thing after the exit, it fired go short. So just like I said, hey, this sounds weird, but to be honest, I trade like a monkey. I just follow what the system tell me, because the system has a lot of, like, the all the indicators and stuff like that in it, so it sends the reversal. Now this is a very interesting candle here. This white, it's like a doji. So if price doesn't drop below this, there's a good chance that it could reverse. But break below this, it can go a lot lower. So that's the key. So look like this doji here is the potential for reversal here. But QQQ has to cross over EMA 21. If it gets rejected, that's problem. And then it's still got to go over the opening range low and then VWAP. But right here, I mean, this candle here was a good reversal play, especially the candle is right at the prior day low, so it bounced right off that. I mean, yeah, it look like IWM is still tanking. It is below the prior day low. If it cannot get over this line here, it is in trouble. But I mean, we needed to drop below the session low here. Otherwise, if it's making a higher low here and stay above that, that could be problem. Yeah, I mean, look like the market is selling off. QQQ couldn't break through the EMA 21. So now the key is the prior day low right here. It break down here, then it could drop a lot more. Let's see what Robinhood is doing. That's good. I mean, continue to drop. I'm just gonna add more to my long-term option for Robinhood. It's trying here, trying to reverse. Yeah, QQQ is trying. This candle here, I mean, could this signify bottom? We'll see. Let's see if this candle here can turn green and goes up. See, for intraday trading, I mean, the system caught this drop in Robinhood. But I mean, Robinhood, you have to buy it out at least like 1 or 2 months out. It is breaking out, so I mean, when it's dropping like this, just temporary. Yeah, it looked like QQQ is trying. So I mean, you see this blue, what is it, green line here? This is basically the session low, also on this candle. If this guy get reject here and drop, that is the problem. Robinhood, you have to buy it. I mean, for me, the end of July, and just leave it there. It will. I mean, it will bounce. It's already tested 100, and this morning it get over that. I mean, it's actually open at like 101. 95 is the yeah. It got a whole 95. Yeah, IWM is in trouble right now. It is making this like higher, lower low here. A breakdown at this point, I mean, it can tank, it can drop more. There it is. Yeah, IWM is in trouble. Let me see my option IWM here. I mean, it's more than double. Actually, it's almost 3x right now. Right here. So that's one of the things that is like yesterday and the day before, the market has been trending up. So don't assume that it will continue to go up. That's why the system. I mean, it basically it reading all these indicators, and the minute it see a reversal, especially when you look at like IWM. I mean, when you look at the structure wise, every time when they try to break out, it got rejected. And look at the upper wick of this candle. I mean, these definitely an indication that there's selling pressure. All this every time when it go up, look at the wick here, and then the minute it break down, I mean, it just tank. I used to have sound, but it's too annoying. That's why I turn it off, man. No sounds, dude. It's just annoying. The problem is like when you have this like signal, especially when you're watching like multiple charts, you have like sounds almost every few minutes, and it's become a distraction. I mean, if you only watch like one chart or one stock, then sounds makes sense. But when you have multiple of them, QQQ is still trying to hold this line. I mean, it's not willing to break down yet. Yeah, I think it's probably it's gonna break down. Look at it. Oh, this like red arrow here. There's a lot of selling pressure. Seriously, I mean, anybody who follow the system, instead of trading like the way you used to trade, you make money today. A lot of money. Look at it. I mean, this is like perfect signal here. It went long here because in the morning the market was going up, but then the minute the market turned, it tells you to exit and enter short. There it is. I mean, this guy's. If QQQ drop below this line again, I mean, it will go a lot lower, I think. Let's see if it can hold that. If it drop below this, I think it has another 5 points more to drop today. Let's see if it can hold us. And look at all this like bear flag here. What is it gonna do? Set up another bear flag here and then go like this. See, that's why early this morning I was wondering why the system did not fire like a go long around here. But then it see all those like selling pressure. So it didn't fire any signal until it goes short here. Same thing with like Robinhood short term. I mean, right now intraday look bad. Look at this. Go short here and it set up this like bear flag, drop, may do the same thing again. But for me, every time when it drop, I'm just adding more to my long option. Same thing with this guy. Look at this. Probably go like this again and then either get rejected at this point or when it try to test this pivot high, if it get rejected somewhere here, it can still drop more. I think today the market is probably going to keep back a lot. It been going up so much. Let's take a quick look at SpaceX, SPCX. Yeah, I mean, right here it was like the high of the day at 225. You see, right after this the system fired this scale out, and it just tanked. Exit, and now saying go short. SpaceX retested VWAP, it get rejected. So I mean, there's a good chance that SpaceX can drop more. Look at AMD, same thing. I mean, the system caught this like go short right here at 537. Let's see, Intel. Yeah, I mean, all of them are the same thing. Look at this. The system is very accurate. I mean, when you look at this, very accurate. Let's see, Amazon. Now, interesting. Amazon, the system got to go along right here. Um, all right, let's just go back to Robinhood. I want to see if this thing bottom today. I'm going to buy some more. See, looks like IWM is probably rejecting right here at the prior day low as well as EMA 21. So, I mean, could it be like this again? Hey, look at QQQ. Let's see if QQQ can cross over this. This is the key here. If this candle is red, I mean, it's definitely getting rejected at this point. Same thing with this guy. But if he closed red here, man, he could go like this. See this? It's like I said, bear flag. Like I said, bear flag. So that's why when you see it, it bounce up like a little bit. Don't think that this is a reversal yet. Yeah, look at this bear flag. This is like a perfect for adding more to your short position. Same thing with this guy right here. I think QQQ can still has a chance to go down another 4 points. I mean, it's still early. It's only 8:20, and this is a very bearish trend here. Look at this. I mean, this descending trend line until this guy can cross over this descending trend line. I mean, it's the trend is really negative, and look at all this like red arrows here. A lot of selling. So if you add more at this point, it's money in the bank. Especially you buy when the system tells you to buy. Buy put, you got it made. You should be at least like 3 times your money today. Wow, look at this. I mean, it's already down 3 points from here. QQQ can still go down more. I think he's going to try to go like this again to about right here. Friday high, and he's going to get rejected. Why? Because the market is due for a correction, man. You know, all this thing about like it been going up so much based on the peace plan and stuff like that. So the way I see it is like, I mean, if you're in here, if you're in short, just wait until the price break out of this descending trend line. Then you know you can exit. But hey, you're already at this like 3 times your money. I mean, scale some out if you want to. Don't get too greedy. But again, I mean, today it's really proven the point that don't underestimate the system, guy. I mean, the system is very, very accurate. Let me go back to Robinhood. Man, even Robinhood here is like, look at it. Yeah, I think QQQ can still drop more. I mean, until QQQ. Well, I mean, another thing is like, look at this line. These are like the um, lower low. I mean, these are all the major pivot. If this guy can cross over the first pivot, he still has this line here, which is the prior day low. I think he's probably go like that and then get reject. Now IWM, I mean the system fired this like scale out. So the system is sensing there's a possible bottom somewhere around here. So I would scale out if you know, I'm scaling out right now. Yeah, so you know, I scale out. And let's see here. I may exit too. Let me just see the trend line here. No, it still hasn't breaking out of this descending trend line yet. So no, I just leave like a couple options here. If it cross over the prior day high, then I'll get rid of them. But I still feel, you know, I mean, I don't know. I think QQQ still has more to drop. All right, IWM is trying to cross over the prior day low, and it is breaking out of the descending trend line. So you see, when the system see a potential for a reversal, I mean it alerts to scale out. While QQQ, it hasn't said anything yet. But really, technically, IWM has to cross over this pivot point here for it to really be able to get enough momentum to retest um, VWAP. QQQ is getting smacked down again. Yeah, I mean, when you look at the structure, I mean, QQQ look bad. Look at all this like high and low here, and low, low, until it can break out this trend. It has more to drop. I mean, really, the key is for it to be able to break out, close over this here. Then we can look for a reversal. Right now, it's too early. I think QQQ still got few more points to drop. I mean, it's a very classic case of a very bearish structure. Look at this here. All this like bear flag, bear flag, bear flag. I mean, almost every time when it retests the descending trend line, that is when you like add more to your short position. I mean, this guy could drop to about like 730 today. Yeah, 730. Yeah, I mean QQQ is still heading down. And it's not even 9 o'clock yet. I mean, look at the structure. I mean, the trend is like, it's more to go. Look at that. There it is. Oh, this red arrow. A lot of selling. Same with like IWM. My let's see here, 739 put option I bought right here. $1.54 a contract. Now it is 739. It's 527. $1.54 here. 527 right now. It's still going. It's 530. I think today I'm not gonna sell until it cross over this line here. I mean, I still feel that it has a lot more to drop. Structure wise, I mean, it looked bad. Too bad. I mean, I didn't add at this all this like pivot high and low here. Look at this. I mean, it dropped a lot, but the system still has not like fired any scale out yet because it's still sensing more selling. Look at this, more selling pressure. Look at this. I mean, at least like IWM, it's scale out right here, but QQQ continue to drop. So my option right now is $5.75. Pay $1.54 at this point when the system fire like goes short. Now it's 5.75. That's still going. Look at that. You see, one of the things nice about this system here is like when the market either like go up or go down, it's allow us, I mean, to really capture most of the run. Without a system, every time when you see like the price reversed, like I mean 2 or 3 green candle, that's when you get scared and scale out. But with this system, if you trust it, it will let you, make a lot of money. See this here, my option right now is 650. Now I'm scaling out. Okay, I mean it tell me to scale out. I'm gonna scale. I think I'm gonna take 2/3 off because my options right now is at 650, from $1.54 to 650. So I'm gonna scale 2/3 off. Not gonna get greedy about this. But I still think this guy can run down to about 730, so I'm gonna leave 1/3. And I'm not gonna sell this 1/3 until it crosses over the descending trend line. I mean, this is like the fourth revision that I did for the system. It is a lot more accurate than just like a couple of weeks ago. And I mean, if you look at yesterday and today, you can see how accurate the system is right now. I mean, yesterday it for IWM it tells us to go short, and that's exactly what happened. Well, QQQ yesterday it tells us to go long, and today it goes short everywhere. Look at this. The key is, I mean, you gotta trust. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I trust the system. I got in when it tell me to go long here, and the minute it tell me to exit, I exit. Some paper cut, I lost a little bit, and when it tell me to go in short, did not hesitate, jump in. It's still going down, but I think it's getting near the bottom because I mean, I know once the system fire, like I go scale out, most likely it may go down to could be 730, and then it stabilize and bounce, or maybe it's stabilized right here. I don't know. But I would love to see it do this like bear flag again. Go like this and then tank again. So I mean, really, when you look at the way the system is designed, I mean, let's say when it's got like a signal that fell, if you follow it, you lose a little bit. But when there's a good setup, oh, you can make a lot of money. Just like just like this one right here. You see, like after it fire the scale out, you can see it bounce right away. Same thing with this guy. So that's why I'm glad, I scale 2/3. But I'm just gonna wait because there's still a chance that it's gonna get rejected right here. If it cross this, then I will exit all. I'm getting rejected right here. Okay. A small add and follow. Really, it's just a reminder for me. The way I play is just here. When I see a signal, like go short, I just don't jump in and let's say buy 20 options at a time, because when you first see the signal like this, you don't know whether or not this would continue to drop or it may just bounce up. So you buy small, you buy like two options, three options, basically just testing the water. The idea is you wait, okay, just like here, the price drop, and the minute it bows, you just wait, bows up, and then it started to reverse again. So you know it's trying to retest, but it get rejected. This is when you go all in, because at least now you know, hey, there is a resistance right at this level as well as right over here. So now you have two level. So the idea is when you first see a signal, you just don't go in, because if you load up, let's say 20 option or 10 option, what happened if this thing just go like this? It's like it fake you out. It drop and then it bounce right back up. So now you have to exit and lose money. So just remember that when you see a signal, buy like one or two options and just be patient. Really, the whole thing about trading is you have to have the patience to wait. No FOMO. Even like, let's say when I buy like two options here, and I see the price drop like this, in my mind, I mean, it's not like before. Before I used to say, oh shit, why didn't I load up at this point? But now I'm a little bit different because I've seen so many times like this. So I just like, hey, let's just chill, wait, because I know after it drop, it will bounce. So when you see it bounce, and the minute it hit resistance, it's starting to drop. That's when you add more at this level here. Or once it starts dropping like this, every time when you see it test the ascending trend line and get rejected, that's when you add more to it. But never go in and buy like load up on the first signal. I did the same thing here. First signal, I bought one options. And the minute it retested here, it bounced, I added more. But then when it tell me to exit, I have to exit. I mean, I didn't hesitate, even though I lost money. But I know the system know that, hey, there's a very high probability for this reversal. So I had to get out. And the hardest thing is what? Let's say when you go in and you go long, you think this thing is going to go up like this. All of a sudden, now you have to force yourself to sell it. On top of that, go against what you think that the market will go up, because it tells you to go and buy short. I mean, go and buy put. I spent money I bought long. I had to sell. And now I have to go in and buy put. It's a very difficult thing to do. But that's what the system is. I mean, the way it designed, it know that when the price, when there's a chance for reversal, it's going to tell you that. That's what I have to do. Even for me, I mean, I architect the whole system. I wrote it. But in the beginning, it's very, very hard for me to do this because I'm still human. I mean, when I buy like long here, it's hard enough for me to admit that I'm wrong, which is cut my losses. Now you're telling me to go against what I think, that it would be like going down after I went long. Impossible. But the more I trade with the system, I mean, the system, why? Because it read in a lot more data than you can actually see on the screen. That's why I had to do it, because if I didn't, I would have lose a lot of money, because I loaded up at this point when it retest and bounce. If I didn't sell it, I would have lose like few thousand. but I saw it right at this point. I went in, bought some here, and the minute it retested and dropped, that's when I added more. And then when it tell me, I think I told you guys, when it tell me to scale, I have to scale out because again, the system is very, very accurate. When it see a potential for a reversal, it tell you to scale out. It doesn't tell you to exit yet until it see a real reversal, which is right here. It tells me to exit. Same thing with this guy. If you look at here, he tell you to scale out at this point. Even though you see bow, drop more, but if you scale out at this point, you make the most money. So again, I mean, it's not because I wrote a system. You look at the system, you trade with me, you know how accurate the system is. So when it tells you to scale out, don't get greedy, scale out. Because if I didn't scale out here, I would have give back a lot more. So now I just get out. And you can see that. I mean, the minute it tells us to exit, there's a potential for this thing to reverse right now. Well, actually, look at IWM. It's telling us to go long right now. You see that? I mean, short, scale, exit. Now it's saying, hey, go long. But again, I mean, no system is perfect, especially when you deal with the stock market. I mean, it fluctuates so fast. So let's say right here, it tells you to go long, but you never know. I mean, all of a sudden, there's like something happen. The market may tank again. But when it does that, it will tell you to get out. So that's the key. I mean, the hardest thing, even for me to adjust to this, is like trust it. It's so hard when you buy like go long here. Like I said, it tells you to exit, you have to exit. On top of that, now it tells you to go against what you think the market would do today. But the system is right. Look at this. Well, you're right. I mean, we may need some good news. But remember, the system doesn't care about the news. That's why before when I trade, I used to watch like CNBC and read the news and stuff like that. I don't anymore because I don't really care. The system automatically adjusts based on the news. That's technical data. So it doesn't really care. I mean, so when you look at this, the system basically, this is a textbook reversal play. But the key is whether or not, I mean, the market would allow us or not. I mean, when you look at this here, this is the descending trend line. It's broke out of this descending trend line. You see that? Right here. So when you look at this, I mean, this is how I play like reversal. As long as the price is like trading below this descending trend line, you definitely don't want to go long, because as you can see, every time when it gets near the descending trend line, it gets rejected. But here it broke out. It broke out, it retests, and it bows. So this is like a good, it's a high probability for a reversal play. And the thing is, like, if you buy at this point, you set the stop loss right at this line here. So, I mean, it may drop a little bit, then there's a high probability that it would stabilize and reverse. Why? Because it's already break out of this descending trend line, meaning that, hey, they're like buying support. But again, nothing is perfect. Hey, if the market like tank, it could just go like this. So, I mean, you can play by the book, but there's nothing is like sure, nothing is guaranteed. The only thing I do is like I trust the system, because I've been trading with it, and the hardest thing for me to do is like how I can not trade like the way I used to trade. I mean, revenge trading, FOMO, and all that stuff. That is like human nature, which is really difficult. For me, that's why I mean, if you read my channel, it's about like systematic, meaning if this thing tell me to buy, I buy. If this thing tell me to sell, I sell, period. I don't care. So when I bought here, even I see like one, two, three, four green candles. I mean, without the system, I would have been nervous and tried to get out. But now with the system, I don't really care, because I know if this thing moves, the system will tell me to get out. I mean, that is the nice thing about this. Let's go back to this again. I mean, let me explain here. So when you see this line here, this is a higher low pivot. And there's another line, this line here, right here. It is another higher low. When it was trending down, it was making all this higher low. And here is like the bottom. So the idea is what? The system saying, hey, listen, the price broke out of the descending trend line. So there's a very high probability this could potentially be a W reversal. I mean, when you hear about this term, W reversal like that. So now it set the stop loss right at the bottom here. So basically, this guy have to break down this prior pivot, which is right here, this line. And then he has to break down right at this guy, which is this here. Then if he break down here, obviously we lose money. That's when it tells us to um, get out. But when you look at the structure right now, you can see there is like support right now. You see all this. It's not like, let's say if you buy it right here, you don't know. I mean, it continued to drop. So, I mean, the more you observe the system, the more you see that it does things by the book. Okay. So as you can see, that's when it say go long. It was going short, scale out, exit. Now go back long again. I mean, this is a full. What are you gonna full um, what do they call it? Like a full cycle. And that's why, seriously, you don't see anything like this on YouTube. Or even when you try to buy it, nothing is commercially available that give you this sort of like full cycle. Most of the one they sell are what? Just indicator. Indicator meanings, well, when they see, okay, it bounce up like uh, prior day low, then they say buy here. But they don't tell you when to exit or when to scale out or all of that. It's easy to enter a trade, but the most difficult thing is what? Managing the trade. It's not the indicator because, for an example, let's say if you enter at this point here, great. I mean, this is a perfect entry, right? What happened when you see this thing like four green candle? You get nervous. You sell at this point. So actually, you gain just a little bit. But the system, a full, like state system, like what we see here, it track all of that. It tell you, hey, at this point, it say, hey, don't worry about it. It didn't fire like scale out exit. So just be patient. And then the minute it see, okay, there's a real chance of a reversal, it say scale out, guys. Scale out doesn't mean that you sell everything. I mean, you scale like 3/4, 2/4, depend. I mean, just like here, I pay $1.54, and it's like $5.50 here. So I took 2/3 off. The minute it bounces, I say, hey, exit, guys. That's when I exit. That is so special about the system. I mean, it's not like because I architect that. I want to brag about it. No, I don't. If you don't believe me, you can do all, I mean, any kind of research you want. There isn't anybody is selling a full cycle like this from the minute it tells you to enter and then scale out and then exit. And if you follow this, I mean, it's very accurate. But again, nothing is perfect. The idea is when it is wrong, it tells you to get out right away. So you may lose like 30% or 40% of your option. That's what I did here. I lost 40%. Lots of money. But when it tells me to exit, I exit. No question asked. Then when it tells me to go short, I bought call here and then I bought put. Completely opposite. I mean, had I stayed and trade the way I used to trade, which is like, hey, you sit and pray that the price would reverse and I would make money. No, I lost so much money trading like that. And really, that was the main reason why. I mean, I spent like over a year developing this system because it helped me to prevent the way I used to trade, which is like quote unquote a retail trader. I mean, revenge trading and all that stuff. And the worst thing can happen when you trade is what? Let's say you buy call option here. Let's say $2 per option. When the system tells you to exit, you don't exit. And now when it start dropping, you call that you used to pay $2. Now it was like 50 cents. And you say, man, I really think that the system that the market will bounce maybe by 11, maybe by 12, maybe by 1. Now I can buy 4 more options for the same price that I used to pay. So let's say here you have like 5 options. Now you buy 10 more. So now you got 15. That's how I used to trade. And that's how I used to blow my account. Because the thing is, when the market dropped, man, it just dropped. The worst thing can happen to you, which has happened to me before, is what? Is when I bought like 10 options at 50 cents, lower price. And all of a sudden, the market reversed and it went up and I make a lot of money. So it gave me the wrong perception that next time when I buy something and the market drop and the price cheaper, I should buy more. I mean, that is how people lose their shirt. And I lost a lot of money trading like that. You cannot do it because of what? Because there has to be a reason why all of a sudden it's going up like that and then it's just dropping. And that's why, I mean, the system, it read in all this information. And it's sad that, I mean, you're not, I understand. I mean, it's really hard to trust it. But that's what I'm saying. Don't trade with real money. Trade paper trade and just watch the system and just see really how accurate it is. I mean, since I started like live stream, this is when you look at this here, this is like the fourth generation right now. Every time when I see something that doesn't look right, I continue to take it. And that's why you see, just like yesterday, I started streaming again, and today, you can see how accurate this thing is. So, I mean, I make a lot of money today. I feel bad that you guys are not making money because if you just believe in the system, and that's one of the things. Like during pre-market, I keep on replaying that video about systematic trading. If you follow the system today, you should make, I mean, at least, I don't know, let's say if your risk is like $500 a day, you should make at least $500 or maybe $1,000 because this here is more than 3 times. So another example, I mean, just like here, just like Robin Hood, okay, go short, blah, 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 blah. Then it say, guys, scale out. If you didn't scale out, all right. It say, exit. If you refuse to exit because you think that this thing can drop a lot more, then you may give up all your gain. Remember the system when this is not like arbitrarily that it just randomly fire the scale out. It read the candle structure. It read the buying inflow of money, outflow of money, and all that. Here it's the okay, the like the selling pressure is slowing down. There's inflow of money to support that. Even though the scale out here, it bows, still drop, but you see it does not drop way below that. Same thing with this guy. Same thing with this guy. I mean, playful. I've done the same thing like you did. That's what we call like revenge trading. It is a it's a very bad habit. The point is like, let's say if you pay 30 cents in options, and then the minute the system tell you, hey, you're wrong, now 30 cent dropped out to like 20 cents or 15 cents, you still gotta exit because there is a reason why the system go completely opposite what you think. And the problem is like, hey, we can we continue to trade like the way we've been trading, which is like, hey, oh yeah, it's dropping, it's gonna bounce right back, but it doesn't. And another problem is you are trading options. So as times go by, when the price continue to drop, theta will kill your option. I mean, if you sell here, you lose, let's say half, or you lose 15 cents. But if you wait until here, even if the price rebounds and it go up to about here, by the end of the day, your option now is worthless. So really, if you trade option, you gotta think like that. Trading option is all about like, and I talked about this before. The minute you see that the price doesn't move, you gotta get out and just wait because it's all pure momentum. And also trading options, you gotta look at like the concept that really the system the way I wrote. The concept is just like, I mean, you are a blackjack, a card counter at the casino. Because here's why. If you trade option, every time when you buy the same amount of option. Let's say every time when you see a signal, you buy 5 options. Over time, you are going to lose money. Because it's very difficult for people to have like 60% or 70% winning rate. Like it or not, that's not going to happen. If you want to have like 60 or 70% winning rate, then what happens is like when, let's say you buy, when the option is like $2, the minute it go up like 10%, 20%, you scale out or you sell. But then the problem with this is what? You can have 60% winning rate. But when you have like one or two bad trade, you may lose all of it. So the concept about the system that I wrote is what? It's just like a card counter. You take advantage of the situation. Meanings what? Like I explained earlier. So let's say this goes short signal here. When I see this, I enter the trade. I buy one or two options. That's it. Today I bought 2 options because I don't know whether or not this is a good signal or a bad signal. It could just reverse and I would lose. So this is just like testing the water. And I just patiently wait, just like I'm playing blackjack. Now I see, oh, okay, I mean, the trend is favoring me. Just be patient. Don't get FOMO and try to buy more at this point. What I want to do is retest. So anytime when you see it drop, it will stabilize at a certain point and then it will bounce. Why? Because you always have people. I mean, the people who are like scalping, they buy here. And then the minute they see 10%, 20% gain, they will sell or buy it back. Let's say they short it here, they buy it back. That's why you see this. And that's why you have this phenomenon of like a bear flag. So what we do is what? We wait for the retrace. And the minute you see it max out and it start dropping, at this point here, that is when you add more. It's just like playing blackjack. So for me, I can have about 30% winning rate and I still make money. Because when you look at this trade here that I make today, I 3 times my money. So one trade, I 3 times my money. And this trade here, I lost 40%. So if I lose 40% per trade, and on a good setup, I make 3 times. So technically, I can have up to like, what is like 7 bad trades for every one good setup, and I still make money. I mean, that is really the concept behind like option trading. And the last thing I want to mention is this here. When you see people saying, oh, you got to have like 10 trays or like 20 trays a day in order to make money. That is wrong, 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 wrong. That's how I used to lose a lot of money. You don't. You need one or two good trays, that's it. I had one tray at this, one tray at this, and one tray at this. I had 3 trays today, and I make enough money for the whole week. And you could do the same thing too. The key again, I mean, it takes time to do this, but you got to think like a card counter. You just don't go in and you buy the same amount of options every time. Because if you do that, I guarantee you, I bet any kind of money you want to bet, you will lose money. And that's the reason why they say like at least 95% of retail traders lose money. You got to get out of it. You got to be in the 5% bucket. The 5% bucket is, that's what I'm saying, got to be very systematic. And you have to think like a card counter at a blackjack table. I mean, when you look at a card counter, they don't win on every hand. But on the hand that they see that, hey, it goes against them. Let's say I buy it here. I buy 1 or 2 options. Okay, so the price reverse. It tells me to exit here. I exit. I lose, let's say, 30% of the 2 options. But with one winning trade, I win it all back and many, many times more. So the system generally, I think it's pretty good, at least 50% accurate in terms of like the signal. But I don't really need 50% in order to make money. 1 out of every 3 trades. So I can have like 1 winning trade and 2 or even 3 or even 4 bad trades. I still make money. And if you trade with me, you see how the system behaves. Just like yesterday with like QQQ. I mean, you at least 3 times your money. Or even with like IWM. That is the key, guys. I mean, stop that like mofo. The minute you see it go along, I mean, you're going to go in and you buy 10 or 20 options. That is when you ask for trouble. Buy 1 or 2 when you see a signal and just patient. Wait for it to go up. I mean, don't fall more and add more here. Wait for it to retest, bounce. Then you add here. If you're wrong, get out. And also by doing this, I mean, it prevent, you know, I don't know. I mean, like, if you ask other trader, they could be on a hot streak for like 2 months, and guess what? It takes like 1 week for them to lose their account. Why? Because of revenge trading. And then what happened is like they go in and they buy, you know, a lot, and then when the price goes against them, they add more to it, add more to the point where they lose everything. No, you don't. You gotta stop that. It's not difficult to make money in trading. And you know, people say when I say that, people say like, I'm full of shit. But if you trade with me, you know. And that's one of the reasons why. I mean, I told you guys I don't make money off YouTube. That's why I don't post that many videos on YouTube. I live stream because I'm trading. And that's why there's no need for me to make video like, oh, I make 1 grand, 2 grand, 3 grand a day. I don't need to do that. Why? Because if you watch the live stream with me, then you know how the system performs if you follow it. I don't really need to go and tell it or brag about that. Because if you watch this, you know. Like today, if you follow it, you make a lot of money. Same. So that's why, I mean, I really want, I mean, anybody who like, spend time watching the live stream, I want you to benefit from it. Remember, I mean, it took me over a year to develop the system. It's not like just an indicator. It's a full-fledged, full-state trading system. It tell you like, when to go in, when to scale out, and when to exit. It does everything. And that's why it took me so long to do this. I mean, if I were to write a system that basically just like determine when is a bounce or like a bull flag bear, that is kid stuff, guy. That's so easy. Because the hardest thing is not about entry, it's about managing the trade. That determines whether or not you make a lot of money, or you don't make anything, or you lose money. How many times you see that, like, you enter a good entry and then you ended up losing everything because when it drops, you don't sell it, you get greedy, you think it will continue to drop, and then all of a sudden it go like that, and then you lose everything. So it's a waste of money to buy any packages out there that just show you when to enter a trade, which is that's what you see out on the market. I mean, like I said, if you don't believe me, you can research, use AI tools or whatever it is, see if there's any system out there that is full state like this. None. I mean, this is the stuff that you see in a professional trading house. Granted, the fact that their system is a lot more sophisticated than what I have here. I mean, I can only develop with what I have. I mean, I don't have the resources like those guys. But this is pretty, very decent. It does what I wanted to do.